Hello. Hello, Twitch and YouTube. Hope everybody is having a good morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are. My name is Batrach. Pretty nervous. Never done anything like this before. So, let's just go ahead and get started. I'll kind of talk about myself. First and foremost, I'm a hacker. I've been working in cybersecurity for about 10 years now. I plan on doing some hacking challenges today just to kind of kick things off. I hope some people might enjoy that, maybe learn something. Maybe I can learn something from you guys. Also, I play video games quite a bit. I love video games, so potentially that's something that I'll do in the future. Haven't quite decided what I want to play first yet, though. So for today, just to go over a few things. If anybody else is interested in potentially streaming Hack the Box challenges in particular, just note there are some guidelines for that I will also be adhering to. First and foremost is you can only do retired content. You can't do any of the active content. And also make sure you only do like practice machines, starting point machines, and tier 0 academy modules, just because that's also right here in their general guidelines. Just kind of keep that in mind if you're interested in doing something like this. I also kind of wanted to go over what we're going to be doing today. So as you can see around me, there's around the screen in front of you, there is a Tiltify Impact Fund. This is for Thinkmas this year. I've been watching Jacksepticeye for a very long time. I've always been a fan of Thinkmas, and for the first time ever, I decided I was just gonna do something for it. That's really the main point of these streams, at least for now. I want to try to help raise some money for Thinkmas, mainly because their issue this year focuses on mental health, and that really spoke to me on a personal level. So yeah, if you guys see this in the future or swing by and decide to rewind a little bit and see what's going on, this is what it's all about. So hopefully I can help raise some money for charity and do some good. If you guys are interested in who they're raising money for, you can take a look both on their website. If you just Google Thinkmas, you can get to this Tiltify page, tells you all about it. The two main ones that they are, the two charities they are donating to are a nonprofit crisis text line, which is 24/7 confidential text-based mental health support in English and Spanish, and then also Samaritans, which is doing charity work across the UK and Ireland. So definitely check them out if you're interested. And before we get too much further, I guess some of you may have noticed that in my hashtags under the stream that I have Vtuber on there. But where's your Vtuber model, you might be wondering. Well, I guess I can show that off a little bit. I am very shy about this, so bear with me. Okay, so this model was made by the lovely Kizua. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Kizuo22 made this VTuber model for me. It was incredible to work with. And he did an amazing job, and I'm definitely going to show it off to you guys here in a little bit. But if you're interested, if you need some art or anything like that, definitely check him out. He's very cool. He's got Fiverr. That's how I found him. So yeah, definitely check him out. Very cool dude. Okay, so I'll show off this model. Oh, also the music that you're hearing, if you don't know, is from Pirate Software. They were a big inspiration for me to start streaming, as well as Jacksepticeye. They were both really big inspirations for me. But the music you're hearing is from their video game Heartbound. They release it, and it's royalty free that you can play on streams. They won't copyright strike you for it, so that's what I went for that. Big thank you to Pirate Software for letting us use their music. It's very nice of them. Okay, here we go. Oh, showing a little more than I wanted to. Just my eyes for now. There we go. So, as you can see, the hair, very cool. Flips back and forth. I really like the hood, too. It's got a nice little jiggle to it. And obviously the bright blue eyes, which I love. Kizua, if you ever watch this, amazing job. So yeah, hi. How's everybody doing? This is me. I am Batra, and I'm a VTuber, and I'm hoping we'll have some fun today. I kind of want to show off the model. So you can kind of see, I asked him to kind of go off of a blue tree frog design. So that's the blue that he went with, and he did a very nice job detailing these spots all around the edges, which is very similar to the spots on the back of a blue tree frog, which I thought was really cool. Yeah, the hair is very nice. It's got nice movement to it. I'm very impressed. For my first model ever, I couldn't have asked for more. The jacket is very cool too. It's separated very nicely. I like the fold, the V shape. very much represents the kind of clothing that I like to wear. So he did an amazing job on that. I also really love these details along the edges. It looks kind of like a zipper. I'm not sure if that's what he intended it to look like, but uh, the shiny metal portion along the edges of the V, very cool. Very cool. So yeah, there you go. That's my VTuber model. Hopefully you guys like it. I guess. uh, Still pretty nervous, so we'll see how things go. Oop, zoom out. Okay. I'm just gonna put myself down here for now. Okay. So now that you know kind of what I'm all about, what I'm gonna be doing today, I do kind of want to read through a bit more about Thankmas. So, for those who don't know, Thankmas is a holiday season event that Jacksepticeye, a very well-known YouTuber, puts on every year. This year, their focus is on mental health, like I was talking about earlier, and mental health is very important to me. So in the past, they've raised over 26 million for important causes. So I'm really excited to see how much they're going to raise for Crisis Text Line and Samaritans. I think that's going to be really cool. They talk a lot about, I believe in their packet. Let's see if I can find it. I can't find it. Somewhere in here they talk about what they plan to do with the fundraising. I thought. There it is. Yeah. So they formulated a plan to increase their capacity to help an additional 2 million people per year on top of the 700, on top of the 75, the 14 million globally that Crisis Text Line has been helping, and on top of the doesn't say how many, but Samaritans are also helping people as well with their 23,000 volunteers. Crisis Text Line, their 75,000 trained volunteers. So yeah, that's to go from those kind of numbers to an additional 2 million people a year. That's a very ambitious goal. So I want to do what I can to help them out. Okay, so I guess we'll go ahead and get started. If anybody is interested, doesn't know what Hack the Box is, it's a series of challenges. They're like Capture the Flags. If you don't know, Capture the Flags are competitions that hackers like us do to kind of like get on leaderboards and show off our skills. It's a very gamified way of hacking. And Hack the Box has all kinds of challenges on there you can do. It's also very gamified, and you can kind of just have fun with it, play around. My background is largely in network engineering, and so these Sherlocks stand out to me. They're a lot about looking at log files, looking at traffic, looking at, you know, just the history of events in a network and on systems and how things happen. So I figured that's kind of where I would start. A lot of it is like doing what I would call digital forensics or network forensics. Um, and that's where I feel I have the most experience in, so I think that'd be a good place to start. So the first one I wanted to look at, actually, let me go back. Also, making sure I'm on retired, and I have completed a few of these challenges. That was just me testing them just to make sure. As you can see, I've got a few there that I've finished. I can go back and do these again if people are interested in that. Cool. So let's go ahead and get started on the first one. This is a SOC challenge. So SOC is Security Operations Center. It's a Sherlock where it's designed to basically be you're working in a security operations center, and they're going to give you a scenario here, which we'll read through, and then they give you a zip file. You go through the zip file and you look at the files and use those to answer the questions, or in this case, capture the flags. So go ahead and get that downloading. Read the scenario here. You are brought in as a new security provider for Forella, a fast-growing startup. The startup has been using a business management platform, but with insufficient documentation and potentially lax security practices. Yeah, that's pretty much everybody. You are provided with a PCAP, okay, and log data, and are tasked with determining if a compromise has occurred. Scenario pushes you to employ your analysis skills, effectively sifting through network data and logs to detect potential signs of intrusion, thereby offering a realistic taste of the pivotal role cybersecurity plays in protection of a burgeoning business. Very cool. So PCAP and log data. If you don't know, PCAP is packet capture. That's when I was talking about looking at traffic logs. Typically, what we're looking at is PCAPs. So you can't see it right now because I don't have it showed, but I'm just extracting those files real quick. They put a password on them, so I just gotta look that up real quick. Give me 1 minute. Okay, cool. So once again, you guys can't see this, but I will get it pulled up here in a minute. I've got those files extracted. I'm just kind of checking them over to make sure they're perfectly safe to look at. Nothing against TOS in here. And it looks fine. Okay. Cool. So I'm actually on my main desktop right now, so I'm going to actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop over to a virtual environment, which I have set up here. I've got a Kali Linux install that I like to do a lot of my forensics work in. Cool. So we're going to re-download that. there we go. We've got our files to work with. So let's take a look here. Just kind of see what kind of data we're looking for. So first of all, we've got business management platform. That's probably this JSON log file. It's been compromised and they're asking for the name of the running application. They're asking us what kind of attack was carried out. If the vulnerability has a CVE assigned. If you don't know, that's a common vulnerability assignment. That's how we label vulnerabilities, essentially. We give them a number, and we assign that number to the specific vulnerability. You can look up a CVE, and then it's a dash, usually with some kind of combination of number. API URL path, looks like they're asking us to see if a string was appended there. Okay, cool. Okay. So first we have to figure out what application is running. So let's take a look at this JSON file. I'm going to CD into my downloads folder, which is where the Meerkat folder is. We're going to go inside that. And let's just take a look at this JSON file. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, it looks like just a normal JSON file. Nothing too fancy about it. Cool. Obviously, that's extremely hard to read. For any of those wondering, I'm just kind of looking at the format of it, making sure it looks like a normal JSON. Let's just kind of see what happens when we open that guy up in Notepad. Yeah, it's going to be very similar. Okay. So obviously we're going to need some kind of application to read this JSON file. So let's just take a look and see what Kali has built into it. Looks like you've got a jQuery. You could run jQueries. I'm not super familiar with JSON, so. Okay. This is probably what we want, JSON viewer. Yeah, this is probably what we want. This will make it a little easier. So let's open that guy up again. Throw that into a JSON viewer. Cool. Looks like we got some good logs now. Okay. It's just a big array. Various events. Let's take a look at some of these events. So this looks like some kind of intrusion detection JSON. log file. Because it's reporting a poor reputation IP group 82. And it's talking about threat intelligence under a signature. So that to me says this is probably some kind of threat detection tool that we're seeing the logs of. Okay. I'm just kind of looking at these alerts. Just to kind of see what we're working with here. Some normal Linux package management. Okay, so there's a lot of information here. Looks like the first two are interesting. So far, the rest of this is, oh, there we go, what's this? Bonita Soft authorization bypass, and it's got a CV on it. Okay, this looks interesting. What are we working with here? These all going to the same destination? No. We've got some source and destination stuff going on. Oh, okay. So when the source IP is this 172, I bet we're looking at these outbound package management. Yeah. So I'm betting, for those who don't know, 172 is typically a internal IP, from what I've seen out in the real world. What I mean by internal IP is it's internal to a network. It's not an external IP like a destination IP. Okay, so these 54s on the other hand, those are probably external IPs. If I had to guess, that's a host for Linux package management. So probably don't really care about these packet management ones. I'm just gonna shrink those down. This one seems interesting, so I'll kind of leave that open. These were all package management, I think, and here, I'll kind of center that. Might be easier for people at home to read. Wonder if I convert this to a CSV, if that would be easier. It's a lot of data though. I might have problems with that. Yep, so this is kind of the boring part. This is where we dig through the log data and we see if we can find anything interesting. Oh yeah, that's right. We had a couple of attack alerts at the beginning here. Drop shield. I feel like I've heard that before. Looks like it reacted to source group 1. I'm wondering if this is an IP in a block list and it reacted to that IP attempting to communicate with whatever server we're dealing with. That's what it looks like to me. And then this is just a poor reputation alert on that IP. I don't think that is important right now, at the very least. I think what really matters is this Bonita Soft authorization bypass, attempted administrative privilege gain, which is interesting, and it's doing it over HTTP on port 8080. Okay. What is Bonita Soft? Let's take a look at that. Open source BPM software. Business process management. Isn't that what they were talking about? Yep. Business management platform server has been compromised. What's the name of the application running? Pretty sure we got it right there. So let's give her a shot, see if this works. Hey, look at that. We were right. Cool. That's our first flag. So we'll keep kind of moving along. We believe the attacker may have used a subset of the brute forcing attack category. What is the name of the attack carried out? Okay, so once again, we're just looking at the log files here. And I'm pretty sure they're talking about this authorization bypass. That wouldn't be the name of the attack, though. So what would we call this? Let's take a look at this CVE. So you guys can kind of see what a CVE looks like. By appending to the end of the URL. Okay. So this is definitely a web exploit. So yeah, what this is saying is Bonita Web, which is the application they're talking about, is affected by an authentication authorization bypass vulnerability, which means that they can gain access. They can gain access to privileged services like admin rights, that kind of thing, to the API, which is their REST API. It's due to an exclude pattern, and they do it by appending to the end of a URL. And it can lead to remote code execution. Okay, so it's an RCE vulnerability. That's not the attack type. This is more of a... They're calling it brute force. It almost feels like potentially directory busting to me, but not exactly sure. They're probably looking for something specific, a specific attack type that's named something. Oop, that's not good. Looks like they got successfully logged in. Let's just kind of dig through these a little bit more. Default user login attempt 2. That's not ideal. Looks like it just kind of repeats. So yeah, it looks like it repeats a bunch. So obviously, is it the same source? Yeah, it looks like the same source. So I suppose we can narrow it down by that. Okay. Well, let's take a look at the packet capture. See if we can find anything in there. Okay. Yeah, we got a bunch of data in here. This is a very large packet capture. They did not do us the favor of narrowing it down to the interesting traffic, which is fine. We can do that. Okay, that didn't really narrow it down too much. Oops. Let's take a look at the other IP. Let's make this and, because I only want to look at the traffic between the two. There we go. That's much better. Oh, yep, there it is. There's them using that translation attack that we saw in the CVE. Okay. They pulled down. It looks like they RCE. So right there, they're doing an RCE and they're running a RCE is a remote code execution, and then they're running a command to download a file. It looks like they're potentially loading a virus onto the server. So that's not ideal. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Not seeing too much more information in here. So I think we need to dig into this CVE a little bit more, this vulnerability. So let's just kind of take a look at what this is. Okay, so it has something to do with JSON, JavaScript. Let's just look up more about this particular CVE. Yeah, business automation platform. Okay. Interesting. So they got a Docker that they run. Okay. Well, we're not going to be doing that today, at least. Maybe in the future. Oh. That's a pretty bad one. So they can just reach privileged user status just by including that in the URL. Not sure what they would call that attack type, though. And they're calling it brute forcing. I mean, normally I would call that directory busting. I would think. So directory busting is essentially a brute force attack method where you pump the IP address full of GET requests for a bunch of known vulnerable URL entries, and you just try to get one of them to respond. Which is kind of what this looks like, except I feel like they just went straight to the attack. So I'm not sure how that's brute forcing. Yeah, right here. Okay. I guess let's change this. Okay. So that we're starting this up here, and then we're going down. Okay. Looks like they tried to log in. And that's why you don't use HTTP, plain text username and password. So yeah, I guess install. Okay. Looks like potentially they're trying to do some cross-site scripting here. I'm not sure. Let's try directory busting. Nope. It says no. That is not the right answer. Okay. So the other option would potentially be cross-site scripting. That doesn't seem right, though. Oh, I just realized how large I am on the screen. Let me shrink myself down a little bit. So I'm kind of more out of the way. There we go. One second, guys. I'm going to take a quick break. I got to check on my dog. I will be right back. Okay. So it wasn't directory busting. Which I guess kind of makes sense. That wasn't really what they were doing. I would call it privilege escalation, but that doesn't really match either. So, not sure what to put here. Guess we could check out MITRE, see what MITRE says. Ooh, tab crashed. Interesting. Huh. My entire machine crashed. Okay, that's okay. We'll just reboot it. One second. Just gonna take a few minutes for that machine to come back. Okay, we're back up. Just got to reopen that JSON file. I'm going to use a different viewer this time. Okay, we can go back. So it wasn't directory busting. Need to look at what other potentials there are. Which also, what's the order of these? 1544. Okay, so it's in order. It's in chronological. I don't think this is related. It's a different IP, and it looks like blocks were initiated for those. This is the one. This, actually, no, that's, I thought it was .31 was the IP we were looking at. Potentially. So they're calling this a brute forcing attack category. So maybe we should take a look and research what are considered brute forcing attack categories. Maybe something will stand out. Sure, why not? CrowdStrike. They've probably got some good information on this. Oh, I see. That's what they're looking for? Okay. So I think they're referring to these two packets here. Because we got a 401 return. Which I'm pretty sure is access denied. Let me double check that. Yeah, unauthorized. Okay. So we got a login attempt here with username install, password install. And then we got a 401 return. And then we got a login attempt that was an actual username and password. And there we got a 204, which I believe is allowed. Once again, let's double check that. Oh, it's no content. Request was successful, the server did not return any content. Is that what it was? 204? Yeah, 204. Interesting. Let's take a look at this TCP stream. So Wireshark has this cool tool that allows us to follow TCP streams. Okay, so this is just the TCP stream for that. Interesting. This isn't really, I wouldn't call this password spraying, and I wouldn't call this credential stuffing. I guess it could be. Our hint is that it ends in a G. I mean, it could be credential stuffing. We can give it a shot. Yep, that's what they were looking for. Interesting. Okay. So they're considering this credential stuffing, even though from what I'm seeing, there's only one login attempt. I wonder if there's something in the JSON file that I'm missing. Because obviously, oops. Let's scroll down a ways on this. Maybe there's some stuff further down. It's got a lot of user login attempts, it looks like. It's interesting, we don't see that in the actual traffic, though. I would assume that they would show that in the actual traffic if they were expecting you to find that. I wonder... Let's get rid of the filter and let's just kind of look at the traffic as a whole. Because because maybe they're attacking multiple destination IPs, and that's why they're calling it credential stuffing. So that's interesting right there. You can see they use the RC to try and run the command cat etc password. Cat etc password is they're reading the passwd file. I guess not password, passwd. In Linux, the passwd file stores encrypted passwords. So that's interesting. Yeah, this yep, okay. So because I had the traffic filtered down, I wasn't seeing all of it. I was only looking at what I thought was potentially the attacker. So if we scroll up a ways towards the top of this, man, that's a lot of malformed packets. But as we go up through this a little deeper, we can see there was multiple failed logins. And all of the login attempts were... Looks like they try to use this install login quite a bit. Yeah, okay. So that's why they're considering it credential stuffing. And then we get a 401. Okay. Okay, well, moving forward, I suppose. Oh, we've already got that. That's that CVE we were seeing in the JSON file. Oh, I think I was just on it. Oh, we'll just go back out for now. Let's see. It's this guy right here. So we got that one. Another flag done. String that was appended to the API URL. All right, we actually already figured that out. When we looked up that CVE, it told us. Exactly what happens. So you append this I18N translation. But which one did they do? Did they do it with the semicolon or did they do it with the slash? Let's actually look at the traffic. Actually, let me look at the log file again. So I can grab this IP again. So obviously that one was trying it. Semicolon. That's the one we used. And they got a 200, which is an okay. So they definitely got in. And then they catted Etsy password. Yeah. Okay. So we need the semicolon one. This is what they appended to the end. Please enter no specials. Oh, okay. So just that then. Yep. How many combinations? Oh boy. That's gonna be a little bit harder to determine. Let's clear out this filter. Because I feel like there's multiple IPs attacking. Does it ask us to tell it what IP? No, it does not. At least not right away. Okay. Let's take a look. What do we got? Wonder if cool, so we can filter this guy down. $15.39, and then the next one is, they're all kind of in a row. I wonder if this guy has an alert for credential stuffing. No result. Okay. No result. Okay. So that's interesting. How could we count the amount of login attempts? I guess we could just look at the IP, but I've got a feeling that they're suggesting that's not the only IP doing the attack. So maybe we filter for login service. Right, now I gotta remember how to filter for an info field in Wireshark. I'm pretty sure it can't be filtered on. Search for string, that's right. How do I do that? There's definitely a way to do it. I've done it before. Interesting. Okay. It's asking for unique. How many combinations of username and password were used? It's definitely something that I feel like I would find in the log file of the intrusion detection system. Scan to an SQL port. VNC scan. Okay, so this is an IP that was doing the attack too. Wonder if this is what they're referring to. Let's take a look at this guy. Man. Okay, now we're at the start of the file. That's what I was really hoping for. Okay. Is that IP? Looks like it. Let's filter for that guy now. Oh, come on. Start of the file. Okay. Now we're talking. Okay. This guy looks like he's sending a bunch of malformed packets. Bunch of malformed packets. Wow. So he was probably doing some kind of scan. Oop. Okay, and then we get into the actual traffic. And here we hit the login service. And that's where we see that install. Okay. So let's filter for that HTTP traffic. Oh boy, there is a lot of login attempts. Okay. I bet you this is the successful. Oop. Opening the wrong thing there. Oh, froze my machine again. Cool. We'll give that a minute to fix itself, hopefully. There we go. Really doesn't like the JSON viewer. It has trouble with that. That's fine. I'm sure there's a better way to view this JSON. I'll have to research that though. I don't know one off the top of my head. Like I said, I'm not super familiar with JSON. I know it's used in a lot of different IDS, IPS tools, but I don't personally deal with JSON very much. Okay. So let's see if we can filter this data. And we'll go source IP. And the IP of our attacker was this. So now we got that filtered down. Let's go back in time here. Oh man, even filtering down to that, there's a lot of alerts for that one IP. A lot of alerts for that one IP. Well, that's not the IP I put in. Do I have to filter again? Yes, I do. Okay. Now, are you filtering? No, you're not filtering. Interesting. So there's the jQuery for it. It doesn't like that. Probably just need to find a... Okay. I suppose I could run a jQuery on the data and try to pull out everything. Basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to see if there was an alert on that particular IP for login attempts, and if it logged how many login attempts were made. So far I haven't found anything associated with that. So it's got this default user login attempt, but I don't see a parameter in here that says login count. I mean, I guess we can just manually count. That's kind of a pain. Obviously, every time we see this login service, that's a login attempt. It looks like it's doing a new one every other one, and then the first one it's trying to use install. The way it's wording this really feels like it should be in the JSON file. So that's why I'm kind of digging through this JSON file. What is the IDS IPS tool that uses... I'm betting there's some kind of program I can load this JSON file into to actually read the log file. Does it give me any hints as to what that might be? Not really. Let's see what kind of tools there are out there. Can you open a JSON as a CSV? Is that a thing I can do? I could convert it. That might make my life a little easier. We could try that. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. A little easier to read. Still not ideal though. Miscellaneous activity. So yeah, it looks like they did a Postgres scan. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So in that traffic we saw earlier, we saw all those red packets, the malformed packets. Those were probably these scans that they were running. So now we need to get into where they're actually trying to log in, which is right here. This looks like their first attempt, potentially. Yeah, so there's their IP. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely going to be an easier way to view this data. I'm just not sure what it is, unfortunately, since I'm not experienced with JSON. Well, I suppose we could do it the really meticulous, tedious way, which is going to be simply checking each of these logins one at a time. How many do we have to get through? I mean, it's quite a few. It's not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. Yeah, we can do it that way. Oh, I left a bunch of these open, did I? Oops. That's okay. Let's get rid of those. Okay. So we've got this one with this password. Yeah, this would take a pretty long time to go through because I'd have to check each one and see. You can go away. Oop, did I freeze my... Yep, I froze it again. Just give it a few minutes here. Maybe we should take a look. Let me refresh this page because this should be the same one I'm already working on. Yeah, it is. Cool. So it's going to ask me for which username and password was successful. And then it'll ask me the sharing site that was used. I think I already found that. I already found the file name. Okay, and then I'm gonna have to look up the MITRE ID. Okay. Come on, server. You can do it. I'm working on a fairly old server that I'm running my virtual machines on. So it has some issues sometimes with all the various old hardware and whatnot on it. Yep. She's good and frozen this time. Good and frozen. So while we wait for my poor virtual machine to come back, I'd like to remind you about Thinkmas. I've been doing this for about an hour and a half now, so I just want to make sure everybody knows about Thinkmas. Everybody knows that they're raising money to help with mental health and all of that. So yeah, make sure if you have time, if you come across this stream, or if you are watching, make sure to donate. It's a very good cause to amazing charities that do wonderful work. So yeah, just make sure you check it out. Hopefully you can contribute, and we'd all really appreciate if you could. Definitely check them out. I mean, look at all these cool campaigns that are going on right now. You've got all these amazing fundraisers raising money for charity. It's already doing wonderful stuff, and it goes until December 6th. Well, December 6th is the main event, but I think the actual fundraising campaign will go until, I think, the 31st, if I remember correctly. I'll have to double check that. I'm pretty sure it goes until the 31st. If you're curious how to donate, I've got some commands put on Twitch chat, so you can check those out. I have a Bing donate. We'll show you the link to where you can donate. If you use Bing Charity, it'll give you some information about the charities. And then Thinkmas gives you some information about Thinkmas. So yeah, definitely check that out. Let's try and see if that server's back up. It is not coming back. Okay, so I'm gonna have to reboot one more time. Yep, we're gonna have to reboot. That's okay. We'll get it fired back up again. Get it running again. I'm going to take about a 5-minute break now. So, let's see. I wonder if I can get a timer up on screen. Let's see. Except I probably don't want it here. Actually, I could do it this way. Let me just see if I can get this server up and running real quick. Okay, at least this, yeah, Okay, so the machine is booting back up now. Okay, cool. So we'll get that back up and running. And we're gonna switch over to here real quick. All right. That's kind of hard to read, isn't it? Let's see if we can make that a little better. There we go. All right, start that timer. I will be back in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay, we are back. Let's take a look here. Oh, what? Is it not capital? Yep, that's the issue. Oop, it's a little big. Let's fix that. There we go. Oh, hey, cool. I kept my pages. Let's get rid of that JSON converter because that's just, I think that JSON converter is causing some issues. It's causing my screen to freeze. So, where were we? Let's get Wireshark back. Okay. Close that. Let's get, yeah, go ahead and restore that, please, and thank you. Okay. So I was kind of thinking here while I was on break what the best way to count these was, and I think I'm being dumb about it, to be honest. Yeah. I'm what I'm trying to do is not exactly necessary. Oh, we can close out of that. I don't want that. So I was hoping for a log in the IDS that would give me a count of invalid login attempts. But what I really should be doing is I should just grab that IP and I should just count the number of packets. Honestly, I think that's going to be the easiest way to do it. So, did you save my filters? You did not. Okay, so I got to find that IP again because, of course, I don't remember it, and I didn't mark it down in my notes, which is a big mistake. When you're doing these investigations, you should really be writing down everything as you find it. I was kind of using the flag fill-ins here, my answers to the questions, as my way of keeping track of the information. But honestly, I should have been in here in a notepad potentially, or maybe in any other kind of document, just kind of like writing down what I'm doing, and as I do it, the different methods and how I gathered the evidence, which I haven't really been doing. If I had been doing that, I would have had that IP right here. I could have found it a lot easier. So now I've got to mess around with that JSON viewer again. Hopefully, not URL. Hopefully this doesn't break everything again, but yeah, I just want to get down here, find that IP again. I'm pretty sure it's a 150 something. Let's just kind of dig through. Okay. So the 138, I think that was another one I saw performing the attack, because there's multiple IPs that are doing this, which you'll see a lot if you know what botnets are. A lot of times attacks can be coming from multiple sources, sort of distributed attacks. We're still in these 138 IPs. Oh. that's going to be useful information for later, I think. We'll come back to that. Also, thank you guys for bearing with me up until this point. I see there's a couple of viewers, which I definitely did not expect to happen. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching and bearing with me on my first ever stream. I appreciate it. Still pretty nervous, not quite sure what I'm doing. Okay. So yeah, just doing it that way is not going to work for me. What I should really do is, let me do it this way. Let's just look at HTTP traffic, because we know that's the attack vector they used. Okay, yeah, so there it is. Okay, that was easy. So now what we can do is we can take a look at these login attempts. So I'm not sure if it wants me to count this. It seems weird that it keeps using this install for username and password. That seems odd. But we're going to kind of go with it. And since I can't remember how to filter, normally I would take this and I would filter for this login service right here. But I can't remember exactly how to do that, so we're going to do it a little differently. Let's see, how many packets are we working with here? Quite a few, but we've got 2 different IPs that are doing it, so let's focus on one IP at a time, and hopefully what they're asking for is only going to deal with the one IP. So double equals 156, 146, 62.213. Oop. Got to turn numlock on. There we go. 62.213. Okay. So there we go. We got it now. So now we're only looking at the traffic from that IP. And honestly, we can even narrow that down even more by making it, I think it's .src. There we go. All right. Now we've got it pretty well narrowed down. This is interesting. So it actually does go beyond. So what I'm looking at here is this particular one, and then it's followed immediately after that by a completely different type of traffic. And the reason I'm looking at that is because one of these questions, let's go ahead and close out of that because that scares me. I think it's going to freeze my machine again. The next thing is, what was the successful one? So finding that successful one, I would expect to see a change in traffic after the successful login, which is kind of what we're seeing here. So that's something I kind of want to come back to, but let's just do a quick check here. For now, I'm going to count this one just for now. And we're going to mark down this packet number. So we're going to say that this is the first login attempt at packet number 2158. So let's go ahead and mark that down. First login attempt at 2158. Something like that. And then let's take a look at see if we can find what the last one is. So let's just do a count to here. And we'll call that's a unique, cancel. Let's just kind of go through these. So it looks like every other one. So it does install, and then it does a unique username password. If you don't know what I'm looking at, I'm right down here. I have it pulled up, the username and password that they're using to log in. So that's kind of what I'm looking at there. Okay, yeah, so right about here this is the one that I think could potentially be the successful login. I'll get rid of it source here in a little bit, and we'll look at if there was a code 200, which is, I believe, an OK code or a successful login code of some kind after this. And we'll see if that comes up, and we'll count that as the successful login. But let's see here. So yeah, it's almost like every other one is unique, and then it goes back to install over and over again. So let's just count this 2900 packet. Except there's going to be a bunch of packets in between is the problem. I wish there was an easier way to count these packets. Well, I guess we can do it the hard way. So let's do it the hard way. 1, 2. I wonder if I can, I wonder if Wireshark lets me. It does. Look at that. That's nice. Thank you, Wireshark. So all I did there is I copy and pasted it over. So here we've got 66 total, but honestly I would divide that by 2 and then add 1. So divide by 2 because it's repeating that pattern of using install and then a unique, and then install and a unique, install unique. So I would divide it by 2 and then add 1 because install on its own is unique. And I'm pretty sure that's what they're asking for. Combinations. Yeah, I'm assuming they're looking for unique combinations, not repeated. Okay. Oh, let's get that music started again. There we go. Sorry, the music stopped on us. I must have made it through the whole playlist. Once again, thank you, Pirate Software, and their game Heartbound, for letting streamers like us use their music in our streams. It's very nice of them. Okay, so what does that bring us to? If I divide by 2 and add 1, we're at 66 divided by 2 is 33, plus 1 is 4. So we're at 34 total uniques. But then my one problem is after this point, it starts doing it again. So after this login service here, and then it does do some other posts where it uses that exploit that we were looking at earlier. And then it does a get command, a delete command, and then it goes back to logging in again, which is weird to me. It's like it figured out how to get in. Maybe this is like a scanning software. So it found us successful, and then it ran some commands to make sure it was successful. And then it continues the process of attempting to log in again. And it repeats for quite a while. And once again, they're unique every time. So I think what we're going to do is we're actually going to take all of this. We're going to throw all of this into that notepad. And let's see, we can get rid of these because those are just normal stuff. And we're going to come down here and we're going to get rid of these guys because we only care about the login service. Okay, so now we've got nothing but the login service stuff. Okay. And this is for this particular IP. So, yeah. Okay. So there's 112 lines here, which means, and this is, I'm kind of making an assumption here because I don't want to go through the effort of going through every single one of these passwords and making sure they're all unique. I'm sure I could write a script, a Python script to go through the PCAP file and do that for me. Obviously, I don't want to spend the time on that right now. I want to kind of keep going through these challenges and try to at least make it through more than one today. Oh, and once again, we have been frozen. Well, that's okay. Hopefully it'll come back. If not, we may have to continue this. Oh, there we go. It's back. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, frozen again. Okay. It's definitely having some processing issues. I'm wondering if I should... no. That's not what I meant to open. It's interesting. I can right click over here, but... Okay, well, that's fine. It was 112 lines, so let's keep that in mind. Let's pop back over to here, actually. So 112 lines divided by 2. And honestly, I think I'm going to ignore the install one. It doesn't really make sense to include that in there because that's not really... It's almost like it's trying to test a password just to see if connectivity works. It's just throwing something random out there, which is weird. So I think I'm going to do 112 divided by 2 to remove all the install login attempts and only look at the unique username and passwords, which puts us at 56, right? Yep, 112 divided by 2 is 56. Okay, let's give it a shot. Hey, look at that. Okay, so that is what they were looking for. They were just looking for the unique passwords. I was kind of worried they were looking at the second IP we were seeing as well. I was a little concerned about that, but it looks like we're fine. So, sorry for the technical difficulties with my virtual machine. I'll try to figure that out for next time. We're going to go ahead and reboot that guy again. And while we're doing that, we're actually going to download these files. Actually, I already did, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Okay, that's okay. Do I have Wireshark installed? I do. Look at that. Okay, cool. It needs an update, but that's fine. Real quick, right. I'm going to add a new data source here. We're going to go window capture. There we go. Move that down. Okay. Let's just get Wireshark up there. So we're back in that Wireshark file. Now I'm on my main machine, not the virtual machine. So normally I only like to download this stuff onto a virtual machine just because it does have potential to be malicious data. But in this case, it's just a PCAP file and a log file, so I'm not too worried about it. So we were on HTTP traffic, and we were going to look at this IP only. Let's just take a look at these, because what I really want to find now, because the next question they have here is they want us to find the username and password that was successfully used to log in. There's a couple different ways we can find that. I think the first one I'm going to try is I'm just going to look at these codes here. So you've got these 401 codes on, which mean failed. These are all failed login attempts. And I'm going to kind of scroll through these until, yep, there we go. So we've got this 204, and then we've got a 200. So that to me says that the one directly before it is probably the right login info. So let's go ahead and copy the value in there. You're not going to be able to see this, but just because I don't have it set up for that, but I'm opening a notepad and I'm just pasting those two pieces of information. I'm just right clicking and copying the value of those, and I'm pasting them into a notepad. And they asked for a specific format there. What did that look like? They want username, semicolon, password. Okay. So we're going to use that sebbroom at forella.co.uk as the username. And then the password is the leet text government password. So we're going to see if that's right. Okay. There's our format. Let's see if it works. Hey, look at that. Cool. So that is correct. So yeah, this 204 here, which I think we looked up earlier, 204 means it couldn't find anything, or it couldn't find the page that they wanted, but that means it successfully got in, which is different than all these 401s, which are failed login attempts. So that's how we know that this login service post from the attacker's IP to the server is likely the first successful login attempt. I'm sure there's others down the line, but yeah, that's where we are in that. Take a quick peek at that server, see if I can get that thing running again real quick. Okay. What is our next question? If any, which text sharing site did the attacker utilize? Oh, we saw that. So that was I saw that in the log file. Let's see here. Let's open a Notepad++. I wonder if I can find a JSON viewer program here that will work without freezing my computer. Okay. There we go. Cool. So I know I saw that in here. There was a website that they connected to. I think I also saw it in the Wireshark trace, but let's see if we can find it in the JSON file, because the JSON is what I have the least amount of experience with, so I kind of want to spend some time on it, see if I can figure it out. So I'm looking for an event. So yeah, here's a successful administrator privilege gain. Did we get something before that? No, it doesn't look like it. We've got a lot of these attempted. So it's definitely going to be after we get the successful login that they're going to run the attack, obviously, because now they're in the system. Let's see here. Oh, what's this? Paste.io. That sounds bad. Okay. So we've got an IP here. I'm pretty sure this is bad. Typically, when you see something like that, paste.io, you think like things like pastebin, which are often used by malicious actors to get stuff onto your systems. They make you click the link, download the file. In this case, they're using remote code execution to make the server download something off of a bad website is what it looks like. Let's just take a look though at the Wireshark. And let's look at this IP in particular. What do we got? Application data. Oh, slight problem. So this is TLS. Yep. So this data is encrypted. Okay. So we can't really look at from the Wireshark trace exactly what was downloaded because they're using SSL over port 443. So they are encrypting the traffic when they download the file. So our packet capture can't really tell us a whole lot. It just tells us that it definitely interacted with this server and ran some kind of application. That's about all we can get from that. Oh well. That's why we need this log file, it seems. So I would like to see if something was downloaded though. So I wonder if we look at if we can see a post from the attacker IP to the server that. So let's look at really wish I could remember how to filter by the info section. I know there's a way to do that. And you just have to do it a weird way because Wireshark doesn't have good search functionality. So we've got all these login attempts. Oh, here we go. Okay. What do we got here? There it is. We found it, I think. Yeah. I'm going to say that's probably it. That looks pretty bad. So yeah, they're throwing in an API extension here with remote code execution, and they're telling it to run the command wget and then https paste.io/raw/this file. So they're telling it to run this command, which is wget is Windows. I believe that's a Windows get program. It's like doing it's like doing a curl, but instead you're downloading the file. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna say paste.io. That's probably what we're looking. Oh, you guys can't even see what I'm doing. Sorry. Oh boy, I really need to figure that out better. Um, so what I'm looking at is this right here. It's a get command, but the get command that they're running is the API extension, and they're basically injecting this remote code execution where they send a command to wget for this paste.io file. And I bet you, so 3652, let's clear out the filter. There, 3652. And then after that, directly after that, the server makes our DNS query for paste.io. Yep, makes sense. So it's running the command, it queries for paste.io. Paste.io returns with this IP, which is that 629.132.145, which I believe is what we were looking at here, right? Where did I see that? Yeah, right here. Yep, 66.29.132.145. Yep. Okay, so that's the bad site, and it's definitely paste.io. I think we can confirm that. Ooh. Oh, it kicked me out. Okay. Let me just log back in real quick. Just 1 second. There we go. Okay, we're back. And it looks like it took that. So, yep, paste.io. It worked. File name of the public key used by the attacker to gain persistence. Ooh. That's a fun one. Let's see. What do we got here? Oh, you guys can't see. Also, you can't see my other window, which is kind of annoying. Oh well. So I'm just looking at this JavaScript object notation here. I'm trying to see if this could potentially be what we're looking for. But it looks like This is just it sending the request. Interesting. So there they successfully logged in again. So what was the file they installed? That's the question. I guess what we could do, yeah, so this is easier to do from my virtual machine. So let's switch back over to that. So the file name of the public key used by the attacker to gain persistence. The public key. Okay. It'll be faster to do it this way. Okay. And let's go to packet. I think it was 3562. Is that where we were at? 3652 maybe? Oh, once again. Gotta turn on numlock. There we go. Yeah, okay. So that's where we are getting the file. And then shortly after that file is downloaded, the server makes a connection to an outside IP. Let's follow this. See if we can find file name rc API extension.zip. There it is. Okay, we got it. I bet you that's what they're looking for. Nope, wrong answer. Huh. I guess that's not the file name of the public key, though. So that's true. That's the file name. Hmm. So there's probably something that follows that. Where was it? What do we got here? Encapsulated data. Okay. Man, it's gonna be really embarrassing if I can't even get through one of these on my first stream. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Ooh. This, yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's get out of this TCP stream and let's kind of dig into this a little bit more because I think we're getting somewhere with this. We're definitely on the right track. I should try to filter things down, but I feel like since there's multiple IPs used in this attack, I want to make sure that I'm not missing something by filtering down. So yeah, we definitely see the attacking IP doing a remote code execution command on the target, the victim. So what do we got here? Yeah, this, I keep coming back to this JSON. So it looks like the server replied with a JSON, and the JSON contained some path data. And then this attacker sends a delete command. And then gets a 200 OK reply. Okay, yeah. So this IP is definitely the one doing the work. So I think we should probably filter down for this guy. Let's at least filter down for HTTP. Because I really want to see... Oh, what's this? It's running bash. Okay. What else do we have here? There's got to be another get request. Oh, what's this? Oh. Wait, what is that? We're back to that bash command again. I'd like to see if there's anything else it's doing. Come on, let me scroll down. Oh, is that the bottom? That's the end of it, huh? Oh, there's the API token. Hmm. Here's where we saw earlier it's catting the Etsy password file. Did we get anything before this? No, we didn't. Okay. Oh, here we go. This is one I haven't seen yet. So we got a who am I. They ran the command who am I. It's a common recon. So what did it say? So it ran a who am I. Okay. And then you run a delete command. Or something. And then it continues to try to log in. Over and over, yeah. So it continues to try and log in and fails. Oh, and then the IP changes. Yep, then the IP changes. Okay. And then they Cat the Etsy password. No. What do they do first? So they log in and then they post a file. Okay. Why are they doing login again? Seems strange, they're already in. Oh, and then they uploaded the file again. They ran that wget command again. Okay. We're getting somewhere. And then they run a bash command. Oh, and that's the file name. So they run the file right here. Okay. Okay. So I think what I should probably do is I should probably figure out what this file is. Honestly. So let's just do that. Yeah, why not? Let's summary as text. Yeah, sure, restore. Actually, don't save. Let's get rid of these. So this site is something bad, I think. So let's take a look at it. Hmm. It's a lander. I might actually have to go to this page. Hmm. So that doesn't really help me any. Unfortunately, sometimes with these, you end up in a situation where you may not necessarily, because you're dealing with a, okay, yeah, so it takes you back to the main page. Oh, the domain is for sale. Okay. So because this is a retired machine, um, there's a very good chance that that site is no longer available, so we can't get that file name, unfortunately. Um, That's unfortunate. Hmm. Unless it just wants. Could it just want the file name? This BX5. Maybe that's all it wants. Let's try that. Nope. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I need to think about this because I feel like maybe this isn't the right file. Let's go with that assumption. Maybe there's another file that gets downloaded. No, it doesn't look like it. Hmm. I wonder if I should look at what the server does after he runs the bash of this. So I'm betting this was a bash script that he downloaded, and then I'm betting the server after it runs the bash script does something. So let's take a look at that. We're at packet 3748. Let's clear our filter. So it runs the bash script, and then the server immediately does a domain query. Okay. It queries for paste.io again. And then it's TLS. Okay. Okay, so there's our. Oh, you guys can't see because once again I forgot to adjust that. There we go. Now you can see again. Okay. It's got to be something more here. Ooh. SSH. Okay. So they remote logged in. Or something did anyway. And then a lot of encrypted traffic. Too bad. I really wish I could see what that what the server found. When it ran this bash script. I really wish I could see the bash script. It's unfortunate. Gives the 200 OK response, and then this happens. That looks like ooh, downloading Nmap. Okay, so they downloaded Nmap. And that was kind of the end of it. Well, unfortunately, we might have to go to the write-up at this point. I'm betting there's something I'm missing since this is a retired machine. We'll come back to that. File modified by the attacker to gain persistence. So I'm guessing that's going to be in that. Guessing that's going to be in the thing we were looking at before. And of course, I accidentally deleted it. So let's take a look here. Open that JSON viewer back up. And what was our, let's take a look at our timestamp on that. Let's take a look at that timestamp on the bash command. Oh, let's fix that. .39.18 is when it ran the command. So where do we have? Ooh, do our logs not match up? Doesn't look like they match up. Well, that's unfortunate. The server time doesn't match the logging time. I was hoping I could find something somewhere that tells me if it like downloaded a file or not. Hopefully, I was hoping this would have captured something, but it doesn't look like it has, which is unfortunate. I know they used SSH. And I'm assuming that's the persistence. So since they used SSH, that's got to be the persistence that they're talking about here. Gaining persistence means being able to continuously go back into the machine, even if it's like rebooted or something. So I'm guessing that's what that is. We also know from here. Let's go back into here. We also know that from here, the where was it? So there's the bash here. The server is an Ubuntu server. So we know it's an Ubuntu server. We know they downloaded Nmap, it looks like. So let's take a look at Ubuntu and see. I'm betting what they did is they put a new SSH key into the known hosts file. I need to figure out to authorized keys location. It's in .ssh. Okay. So yeah, it just stores it in .ssh. The home folder probably. Okay. So we know now it looks like the oh no, that doesn't really tell us anything. Okay, well, unfortunately, yeah. I'm going to take a wild guess on one of these here. Just based on the hints that it's giving us here. I'm pretty sure this is .ssh authorized keys. The problem is I don't know what comes before it. This is probably home. So it's probably /home/ something /.ssh/ keys like that. Because that's where they store that data. Problem is I don't know what the username is for the server. I'm assuming they're trying to get root. So we could try root. Nope. Okay. So it's not root. We know it's an Ubuntu server. Is Ubuntu a user? How do you say Ubuntu? Oh, yeah, it is. Cool. All right, so we know they're using these authorized keys. This is, okay, so it's asking us what MITRE technique this is. Let's just go to ATT. Let's just go to their attack matrix. Let's go to the tactics, enterprise. We're looking for persistence and SSH authorized keys right there. That's what we're looking for. So it's T1098. I'm guessing they want the .004 at the end. Yep. T1098.004. That's probably what they're looking for. Yep. Okay. Fortunately, we can't get this file name because here, let's go back over to the VM. This file, we can't get this file, so I can't see what's in this file. I know that they downloaded a file off this paste.io site, but I can't see what that file actually is because that site just doesn't exist anymore, which is unfortunately what happens sometimes with these. Let's copy this value and just try it one more time just in case. Maybe I pasted something wrong, but well, just basically what we're going to do is we're going to run this command on my Kali box. Oops. Get that file. Okay, now we've got two of them, but that is definitely the file. And yeah, it doesn't give us anything. This is just generic basic information. And if we actually try to go to that site directly, which is probably a malicious site, definitely don't do that ever unless you're in a virtual machine that you are trusting is protected. Definitely don't ever just do this on your main machine, but obviously the site's down. Takes you to a GoDaddy page where the domain is for sale, so I don't think we can find that. I could probably look up a guide. There's probably a write-up for this particular one, and we can just see really quick what the answer should be for that. So let's head over to Google and let's just do a quick search for what we're on Meerkat. So if you ever get stuck really bad on these Hack the Box challenges, you can always go and search up the write-up for it. Hack the Box write-up, Meerkat. Let's take a look. This one looks good. That was last year. Okay. Yeah, so this will give you real detailed solutions to these things. So looks like they're going into this a lot more than I did. So yeah, that's where they figured out credential stuffing. Cool. That's where they found the CSV that we found. Cool. So we did that right. Yep, that looks right. And that's where we got the username and password. Yep. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, they're talking about the zip file here, which I did find. That wasn't the right answer. Deletes the zip file. Oh, here. So they run this. Okay. And yeah, that's where we figured out that paste.io is what they're going to get the bad thing. Following the link in wget, we land on a raw web page containing the following text. Okay, here we go. And there it is. I bet you that's the answer. Okay. So yeah, this is what we should have seen in the file when I ran that wget command, right? Oops. When I ran that wget right here, and then I catted the file, that file should have contained this information here, which is a bash script, which is what I was talking about before. Back over here in the Wireshark. Here, where they run that command bash right there. I don't know if you can read that or not, but it says right here, command bash %20 and then the file name, which is that file name we wgetted. Over to the VM. So that's what it should have contained. And it downloads another file and it puts it, yep, okay. And this is where you would have got that username as Ubuntu as well. Puts it into the authorized keys. So it's pasting. So this is probably like a base bin. It's just like a raw text web page, and it has an SSH authorized key for the attacker's IP. So this HFF, let's actually, let me write that down. So it's HFFGRA 4UNV. That's the file name. So I bet you if we pop over here, we throw that. Oh, let's refresh the page because I put some answers on the other one. Okay. And we paste that guy in. And there it is. Cool. All right. That is one completed. Wow, that took a lot longer than I thought it would. Sorry about that. I'm the 4,345th person to complete this. Cool. Very cool. All right. Let's head back over to these share locks. Again, hide complete, and then only look at the retired ones because that's the only ones we're required to do. I should give a shout out here to Jacob Hedgie. Jacob Hedgie, thank you for doing this write-up. I know it was almost a year ago, but thank you for doing that. Helped me out here quite a bit. Cool. So that was Meerkat, which was a SOC share lock. I guess next we could do some DFIR. Yeah, we could do that. Familiar yourself with offlog and WTMP logs. Okay. Looking at a Confluence server. Okay, cool. Very cool. Yeah. Well, I'm going to take another 5-minute break here. So we'll do that, do another 5-minute break, and I will be back shortly. All right, we are back. So, all right, we're going to take a look. So in this very easy Sherlock, you will familiarize yourself with Unix auth log and WTMP logs. We'll explore a scenario where a Confluence server was brute forced via its SSH service. After gaining access to the server, the attacker performed additional activities which we can track using authlog. Although authlog is primarily used for brute force analysis, we will delve into the full potential of this artifact in our investigation, including aspects of privilege escalation, persistence, and even some visibility into command execution. Cool. Alright, let's download those files. What are we working with? A WTMP and an auth log. Let's look at the auth log first. Let's don't save that. Okay. So this is our Confluence server log. What's the order? Okay, it's... Okay. We got a key right off the bat. Interesting. Looks like somebody tried to log in as the admin and failed. From this IP. So again, this is where I was talking about earlier. I should be writing all this stuff down. I'm kind of being relaxed with it right now. Just because I'm just kind of playing around with it. I'm not really going all out with it, you know, and trying to actually do like a full incident report. I'm not really doing that. I'm just kind of looking through this stuff. So yeah, it looks like they tried to log in a bunch of times. Oh yeah, they tried to log in a bunch. Okay. Cyber Junkie, that doesn't sound good for a username. Shell script. Cool. Okay. So that's that file. What's this one? Oh. Let's just... Brutus. All files. Yeah, okay. So we're not going to be able to open it with that. All right, cool. A new file type that I get to learn about. So let's take a look. What are these files? No thanks, ads. Historical data of login and logout activity. Okay. last command. Okay. Let's go to our downloads folder. Let's go into the Brutus folder. And let's do a last on the WTMP file. That doesn't seem to work. Oh, last is how I read my own WTMP. Is that how it works? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it shows all the different users logging in and logging out of my system. When I first built it, it was using Kali. Then I created my new user. LightDM is probably a service. Cool. So how do I read a WTMP file? Let's take a look. Oh, it does work using the file name, supposedly. Oh, TACF. Okay, that's what you have to do. You have to add a little TACF on it. So I bet if I do a TACF on this, file is not a database. Darn. Okay. That's unfortunate. What are our other options for reading WTMP files? And try this. Oh, it's encrypted? Nope. Okay. So maybe that's our issue. It's an encrypted file. Okay. Well, let's go down the list. Maybe by answering these things, we'll get an answer for some things. So the first thing it wants us to do, it looks like, is analyze auth log, find the IP address used by the attacker to carry out the brute force. Okay. So these look like normal, because it's user Confluence. And this is a Confluence server. Here's where it starts, though, and I'm pretty sure this is the IP. So that's what I was talking about before when I was briefly browsing through this file. So I bet you that's it. Yep. Okay. We're successful and the attacker gained access to an account on the server. What is the username of this account? Okay. So we're looking to get past the invalid user stuff. Invalid user. Invalid user. More invalid user. So yeah, they're just using commonly used administrator usernames. And it's failing over and over again. Now they're trying SVC account. which is failing. Oh. What's this? Oh, okay. That's not. So here he definitely gained access by now. Because he added a new user to the Etsy group. Etsy group is a file in Linux that stores user information. So he definitely gained access by here. Root. Username is root. So that's he was able to get the root password. Very, very bad. Root password in Linux pretty much lets you do anything. So go ahead and put that in. The timestamp when the attacker manually logged into the server to carry out their objectives. So that's probably around here, right? So this is they're starting to do their manual stuff. What's the format it wants? Year, month, day, or minute, second. Okay. Year. Not sure how I'm supposed to get year. Oh, I probably have to get this from the database file. WTMP file. I wonder where I find that. Unless it's not encrypted. I'm just going about this wrong. Let's just do some Google searching. See what we can find. Oh, this is an actual write-up. I don't want to read that yet. Okay. So yeah, it says to use the last command, but last command seems to be failing. So when I run last on the file WTMP, it says SQL error, file is not a database. So Stack Exchange always has good stuff. So is that the issue? Is it because my particular version of Linux isn't working? Apple support. Okay. So it's trying to read it as a database, but it's not a database file. Strings, huh? Aha. That worked. Interesting. I wonder, just for fun, let's see if I can. Let's switch back to this. I wonder if I can. Yeah. I wonder if I can change this a bit. Come back. Let's look at. Let's go to that. It was Brutus, I think is what it was on. Nope, not active. Only retired. Yeah, Brutus. Let's download the files to here. Extract those real quick. You guys can't see this, but oh, I have to open it with 7-zip probably. That. Where is it? Oh, it got deleted somehow. Re-download it. There you go. And now it's asking for the password. Cool. Okay, got that. Sorry guys, I know you can't see anything I'm working on right now. I am just extracting the Oh, where'd it go? Huh. Try that again. There we go. Now it should be extracted. Okay, so now I've got the WTMP file. Okay. So I wonder if there's a Windows program for reading those. Yep, this is the okay. That's a UTMP. I don't like that site. It's a little weird. Tool for dumping WTMP files. Oh, okay. We've got a Git program. But you have to use make to run it. Ooh, what do you got? Oh man, something that's dead. Well, it was worth a shot. Hmm. That's an interesting command. Maybe I should take a look at what last actually does. When in doubt, go to the documentation. So yeah, it's using a file as a WTMPDB database. But what if it's not a database? That's the problem. I mean, strings gives me some of the data, but not all of it. Because I'm not getting actual date times. Because it's not decoding it properly, is my guess. Because if I actually just open that file, oop, no. Oh, is it not even going to let me open it? I don't think it matters. There we go. Okay. So we got the actual file open. Obviously, it's very messy. I can see some IP addresses, some typical log information. But the problem is I'm not going to get a year. I'm not going to get date, time, year. Because I'm guessing what I need to do is I need to look for the login here from root right here. So I see he logged in as root, but I don't know when that happened is the problem. And last command doesn't seem to be working on this file, probably because it's outdated. Newer machines don't use WTMP files, they use WTMP database files, which are SQL database files apparently, which is interesting, but okay. Well, I can't get these two right now because I can't really mess with that file too much. We'll come back to that. Let's just try to keep moving forward. So attacker added a new user as part of their persistence strategy on the server and then gave this new user account higher privileges. What is the name of this account? Okay. Well, that one we do have. And that's this Cyber Junkie account that we found earlier. Easy. What's the sub technique for persistence use here? So let's head over to MITRE. Actually, let's not do it here because that was part of the thing that was crashing my screen or my server. Let's try here. Okay. And we head over to Tactics, Enterprise, Persistence. All right, what would we call this? Account manipulation? For sure. May add additional local or domain groups. So this is the one. T1098 and it's .007. That's what we're looking for. Refresh the page. T1098 007, I believe is what it said for additional. Yeah. Okay. Submit that. No. Did I do it wrong? 1098007. Oh, domain groups. That's not what I want. Additional credentials. Adversary controlled credentials. So it's probably 001. Because they're adding a new user. Is that it? No, still it doesn't like it. Interesting. It's not boot on login. On login. Initialization. Yeah, it's not that. Oh. Here we go. I bet you it's this. Create an account, local account. Yeah. T1136001. Bet you that's it. Okay. This one I can't do because I can't get that file to work. So backdoor account and utilize their higher privileges to download a script. What is the full command executed using sudo? Cool. So this is definitely in that file we saw earlier. This is in this file for sure. Right? It's got to be in here. Ooh, here we go. There it is. User bin curl, GitHub, and Monty Security, limper.sh. So let's throw that into actually another thing here. Let's actually take a look at this. Let's just look up Monty Security, limper.sh. What is this? Linux Persistence Toolkit. Okay, yeah. Automatically install reverse shells. Custom cron tab schedule. Look through Etsy shadow. Stealth mode. Intercept and exfil sudo passwords. Yeah. Very bad. Okay. So that's what we're looking at. That's what they ran. Submit. Cool. I guess we'll go ahead and take a look at the write-up. So this one's got an official write-up, which is cool. We're going to take a look. Let's see if we can find in here where they just do those files. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so you're supposed to be able to read it with the last, but I can't read it, unfortunately. So do you have in here your reading of the last? Ooh, what's this? UTMP dump. Okay. Here we go. We got a tool now. Let's try that. Make sure I'm still here. Yep. Let's clear that up a little bit. Hey, look at that. So that is a command I can run. Yeah, let's try that out. Can I do attack F on this? And then... Aha! Okay. That's it. We got her. All right. Cool, cool. Let's throw that into wtmp.txt. And let's cats. There we go. Okay. Let's close out of this. Let's file open. Let's open that text file. Boom. All right. Let's see if we can answer the rest of these questions without the write-up. So we've got to identify the timestamp when the attacker manually logged into the server to carry out objectives. Okay. So the first thing we should look at there is in the auth log when they manually logged in with root right here. Where was that? So here they're adding their new user. Here, accepted password for root right here. Which is March 6th at 6:32. So let's look at the WTMP text file. March 6th at 6:32. Root login right here, and there's the IP. That's our bad guy's IP. So what's the format they want? Is it just a copy paste of this? Yes, it is. Okay, cool. Let's do it. That should be right. Nope. Okay. It doesn't like that. So this is going back in time. Oh, maybe it's there. Yeah, it's because it's not formatted perfectly. We need to do it like that. There we go. Yeah, there's a T in the middle there we needed to get rid of. Okay, cool. Okay. What is the session number? Good question. I'm guessing it's one of these numbers. Let's try 7. Nope. Okay. So it's not 7. So maybe it's this 2549. Nope. Doesn't like that either. Definitely got the date right. So retract and assign a session number upon login. So WTMP session number. When I run that when I run that UTMP command, actually, let me run it again. CD, not CP. And let's do this is definitely the one in question. Can I get details on what UTMP dump? So, what do we got? Show me session. Okay, so that's getting way deeper into it. It's got to be something somewhere. What is the meaning of each of the columns? Let's just Google it. What is the session number? That's not what I want. Okay. So we used your UTMP dump. Understanding the output of UTMP. Okay. Indicates the type of the record, process ID, terminal line that the user is logged into. Session ID. Okay. So, which one of these is session ID, though? That is the question. Oh. Is this what it's asking for? I suppose it could be asking for that. We could try that. Wait, we're too far. Session 37. I bet you that's what it's talking about, right? There we go. Okay, I was looking in the wrong file. Wasting my time. Classic. Okay. Moving forward. Let's see. long did the attacker's first SSH session last? Based on the previously confirmed authentication time and session ending. Okay. So he logs in with root, creates the user. And then there's a new session, session 37 logged out right here. Okay, so we've got a couple timestamps here we can work with. There's our timestamp for logout. And let's see, where's our timestamp for login? Okay, so what's our format for this? An integer. Oh, he wants it in seconds. Okay. So we've got 5 minutes plus 20 seconds. 320. Nope. Okay. So what am I missing? It wants me to use authlog, right? Yeah, that's what I'm using, authlog. So session 37 logged out, removed session 37. Did I do my math wrong? $632.44. It's definitely the login. So then we've got 00, 05, 20. It's 5 minutes and 20 seconds, which is 320 seconds. $45. So are you saying it should be 319 seconds? 32.45. That's what this is saying. Let's try 319. Nope, still doesn't take it. Okay. Well, you got me stumped on that one, bro. What do we got? Count server. Yeah, we figured that out already. Figured that out. Figured that out. Figured that out. How long was the session? Here we go. We previously identified
Identify the relevant entry by the session number, then find the time difference between session start and session end entry. Isn't that what I did? So it's session 37. Which starts here. And then session 37 ends here. Which to me, that's... Oh, am I mathing wrong? Am I dumb? I am. So 5 minutes would get us to 37:44. So that's the problem. Yeah, I'm mathing dumb. This is wrong. I'm dumb. Okay. So 20 seconds gets us to 06:32 or 33:04. Then another 20 seconds gets us to 06:33:24. And then we just need 4 minutes. So it's 4 minutes and 20 seconds. So I was just mathing wrong. Four minutes and 40 seconds. So it's 280. Right? Oh, man. Still wrong. $240, right? 4 minutes is 60, 120, 240. Okay. I thought I had it, but I don't. Oh, wait. Is it because I have to use 45? Is it actually... Let me try that again. 279. Ah. You stink. All right. Cool. Another one done. Completed another one. Cool, cool. All right. Well, honestly, guys, that's about 4 hours and 16 minutes that I've been streaming for. I think that's a pretty decent amount of time to go for my first attempt at this. If you come by later, watch the VOD or watch the YouTube, please do donate to ThinkMiss. I want to be very adamant about that. That's the whole reason I'm doing this, really. Yeah, I'm going over hacking and teaching people about hacking, which is fun. But the primary goal of this is most definitely to try and raise some money for charity. So if you swing by, you see this, feel free, scan the QR code down in the corner, or click one of the many links that are around. On YouTube, you won't see the link as easily, so sorry about that, but you can scan that QR code down there if you want to donate. It'll go towards the campaign I started, but obviously you can also go to ThinkMiss directly. If you don't want to donate on mine, you can go in here and you can use this link, and it'll take you straight to a donate page, and you can put your donation in there as well. So yeah, definitely do that. I think that's about it for me, so I'm gonna go ahead and end stream now. Thanks, everybody.